say the winning. I'm counting the ends like Senor. Say the winning. She can't love you like I do. Can't this is
I'm here. I didn't know if I was gonna make it. I got caught looking at myself in the mirror, and I couldn't stop. Good day. Good day, good day. Oh, good day. I'm so sorry for my lateness. It took a while to, get myself in the place I needed to be. Holy God, yes, now it is your turn. You, baby. Get an eyeful. Get an eyeful. I'm just gonna sit here and sip my tea. I'm gonna let you enjoy, you know what I mean? I'm just gonna sit here, I'm gonna let you enjoy. I'm gonna tuck my little threads in. I don't like loose threads. You know what I mean? I love a tucked thread, unless sometimes it's like a really beautiful, purposeful bow. You know what I mean? Like purposeful bows I can get behind. Yeah. Truly snatched, where did her waist even go? I told you guys that going off SSRIs was gonna drop my weight like a fucking stone. I don't know why you didn't believe me, because I only speak the truth to you. But yeah, here we are. Oh my God in heaven. Can you breathe in that? It's not even that tight. It's literally not even that tight. I've like worn it much tighter before, yeah. My name is Vanessa Kensington. Your name is Austin Powers. And together we're gonna stop Dr. Evil. Right after I drink this hot, steaming mug of coffee that definitely isn't diarrhea. Basil! This tastes like shit! What a great series of movies. I love it. I love it. A vision of leather and loveliness. Yo, I'm living for it. My only qualm is that I pulled out this bodysuit and I was like, please don't be the short sleeve bodysuit. Please don't be the short sleeve bodysuit. And then I was like, oh, the short sleeve bodysuit. And I can't remember if I ever got this cut of this bodysuit in the long sleeve or not. But then I was just like, I can't. Exactly, this guy's like, I love the 40-minute intro. I was like, I've spent hours trying to find a single bodysuit in a sea of bodysuits. These people need me to actually show up on stream. Hello, sexy Matrix outfit. Also very the Matrix, very the Matrix. Oh my God. Oh my God in heaven. Oh my God. Carrie-Anne Moss. Carrie-Anne Moss, right? She's so... And then I was so happy because, I don't know why I remember this so vividly. She was doing an interview for, very Bayonetta, you guys. If you start gifting me subs like your fucking rent isn't due, I will put on my glasses and I will give you the full Bayonetta. I promise, I have my glasses here. The outfit looks even better with glasses. It's amazing. The hair reminds me of Barbara Feldon, Agent 99 from Get Smart. Oh, it's very, this is the beehive, right? The beehive hairstyle. It clicked for me how to do this the other day. And I was like, well, this is how I'm doing my hair from now on. Well, not like from now on, but like for the next little while. I like it. Maybe not the rest of my life, but it's fun. It's fun to do new hairstyles. I keep expecting one day you'll just never arrive and the intro will just be there for 4 hours. Oh no, don't say that, because I'm like, that's because somebody's come into my like house and murdered me. Oh no. Oh no, okay, so if that ever happens, it's because, you know, Stretch found me and killed me. Oh, you guys. You guys, I had the most satisfying day yesterday. So, over Christmas, I spent the holiday with Stretch, the man that I've known since I was 9 years old. I dated off and on all through our 20s, because we met when we were like 22-ish. Dated off and on, now we're in our 30s. We just spent the last year, like, being very in love. I laugh now to remember how foolish I was, really. And I spent Christmas with him. If you guys watch my stream, you know that he's been having this like really like abusive, tumultuous relationship with his roommate. he has this roommate, and he's been telling me all year how much she's been raging and screaming, going into paranoid delusions about him being a thief, and how I could never come over because it would make her so upset. He's been telling me all of this all year long. His brother was coming. His brother's also his roommate as well. The three of them. There's Stretch, his brother, and then the roommate. As me and Stretch are going home to spend Christmas with his family, Stretch turns to me and very quietly and seriously says, "My brother is so upset with the roommate situation. Please don't bring it up. He doesn't even want to talk about it." And I was like, oh my God, okay, yes. Oh, of course, it must be so stressful. Of course, I won't bring it up. I'm not gonna bring it up. I promise I won't bring it up. I'll be very careful not to bring up the roommate situation. So imagine my fucking surprise when I'm sitting in the living room with his brother, and his brother brings up their roommate. And his brother is like, oh yeah, they've been raging at each other all year, back and forth. I actually couldn't believe what I was hearing. I like shook my head and closed my eyes and like looked around the room, and I asked him to repeat himself. I was like, I'm so sorry, what did you just say? He's like, Stretch is giving it to the roommate. And I was like, oh. And then it was like, let's go play Yahtzee. And then we played Yahtzee. So what I thought was, Stretch must be going into a dissociative state. He must be getting so upset by what is happening in the moment that he must not even remember yelling back at her. That's probably why he hasn't told me. So I messaged Stretch on New Year's Eve, and I was like, I think you might have a bit of a dissociative disorder, because like you're not even remembering the full picture. And like I'm noticing some like checking out in you. And he was like, yep, yeah, I kind of dissociate on purpose. And then he dumped me the next day over the phone. So that sequence of events was so traumatizing. His brother said, I love you, V, as we were leaving on Boxing Day. And then after he dumped me, his brother was like, don't ever contact me again. And the ability to be able to look at somebody in the eye and say, I love ya, and then whip around and be like, don't ever talk to me again. Oh my God, it was crazy. Oh my gosh, it's been very like, exhausting and very confusing. And so, oh man, the whole family just dissociates from anything that makes them uncomfortable or challenges their worldview. They just go, that doesn't exist. That just doesn't exist. Their dad had emailed me being like, what you've gone through is tremendously hurtful and incomprehensibly painful. And I misunderstood. I thought their dad was saying getting dumped in this way by his son was incomprehensibly painful and terrible and awful. No. I misunderstood his father entirely. What his father actually meant is that it was really terrible that like I was abused as a kid. But his father wouldn't even acknowledge the cognitive dissonance. His dad, when I went to visit them, like days before Christmas when I arrived, handed me his late wife's robe and said, here, if you're cold, this will keep you warm. And I was so moved. I was so moved. I was so incredibly touched. I felt, oh my God, I didn't even wear it. I felt like so unworthy because I was like, oh my God, your late wife's robe. You want me to wear your late wife's robe? And then for him just to be like, oh, my son dumped you over the phone days later after that. Okay. Apparently he would just hand his dead wife's robe to anybody. To just anybody. I'm sorry, I'm laughing, I'm cringing because this whole situation feels like something that happened to somebody else. Because it's so unbelievable. It's just so unbelievable to me. Oh my God. Anyways, I found out that I misinterpreted his dad's meaning because I got a little crazy. Yeah, I feel bad for the dad. He needs to support his son. He absolutely does, absolutely. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. It just feels very strange in an objective way to have people look you in the eye and treat you with such warmth and then be so comfortable with discarding you entirely without even a word of recognition for the actual transaction. It feels like crazy making. It's literally crazy making. Truly the worst part, maybe this, I don't even know. I was talking with their dad about how I've been going through. You guys can go back and watch my streams. Like, I'm very open. I'm so candid. I love sharing the truth of my experience. I feel very connected to the moon. The moon in tarot represents moving through mysterious circumstances, uncovering hidden truths, and shining gentle illumination. I love the moon. I know that I'm not a perfect person. I know that I dissociate like fucking crazy and go into like, I screamed at him over the phone while he was breaking up at me. That was dissociative. I'm not a screaming type of person. Even when I went on my $5 entitled rant on stream, I kept it to a whisper, you know what I mean? So it's just, I even told him, I told him on New Year's Eve rather, that I was like, you go into a sort of dissociative state sometimes, Stretch, and I go into dissociative state sometimes, Stretch. We both do this, and look, we can recognize the truth together, and if we recognize the truth together, it might be uncomfortable, but we can do it. I even thanked him. I thanked him for telling me that he's like, yeah, I dissociate all the time on purpose to just deal. I was like, thank you so much for telling me that. I feel a little silly for extending so much kindness to somebody who did not appreciate it. Oh, SSRIs, going on them does stuff to our anger levels. But actually, you know what, North Countrymen? I went off SSRIs at the end of October, beginning of November. The SSRIs were completely out of my system and I was completely myself within 2 weeks. My anger at the situation has nothing to do with SSRIs whatsoever. My anger at the situation had everything to do with this guy. Literally, on December 7th-ish, beginning of December, I knew this relationship wasn't really great, wasn't really working. And I messaged him being like, dude, this is not working. I'm gonna bow out. Gonna take my space. I gave him an opportunity to be like, yes, we probably shouldn't be together right now. And for whatever psychotic, disgusting, predatory reason, he decided to say, I am so sorry. This whole situation is so new to me. I don't really know what I'm doing, but I promise I will make a safe space for you, V. Those are very beautiful words. Those are incredibly beautiful words. I felt so placated in the moment. Truly. And then I was like, do you want to talk on the phone? And then he talked to me on the phone and he was like, everything's going to be great. Everything's going to be wonderful. Christmas is going to be lovely. Everyone's going to be happy. It's going to be beautiful. And I was like, yes, let's. Why did he not let me? I mean, I gave him an out on December 7th. I straight up was like, let me go, dude. Let me go. Please let me go. And yanked me back in. And do you know what that is? That's predatory. That is a purposeful manipulation. Goodness gracious. It's sickening. That's why I'm so angry. The reason that I'm so angry is because he genuinely violated me while we were staying with his dad over Christmas. He had a boner in the bed. He looked over at me. I was laying there in my t-shirt, in my underwear. I had been having panic attacks all day. I felt very nervous and unhappy because Christmas is an incredibly stressful and tumultuous and frankly traumatic time for me. And he got a boner, and I was like, oh, comforting boner, and I touched his boner a little bit, and then I realized what I was doing, where I was. I didn't dissociate. I stayed in the moment, and I was like, wait a minute. We are in your father's house on Christmas. We just said a prayer for your dead mother who's in an urn on a shelf in the next room. We're not having sex. We're not having sex. That's fucking crazy. We're not gonna have sex. We're not gonna have sex. No. And he accepted it. He didn't push, but he did seem really disappointed. And then on Christmas night when I had a flashback, I had a flashback on Christmas night of remembering like a really, really terrible traumatic Christmas. Like a Christmas where my dad attacked my mom, where my dad like shoved my mom over and my mother was holding me in her arms and I was a teeny tiny little baby girl and my mother fell and landed on my foot. And to be honest, she would have broken my foot if she hadn't put me in my snowsuit and put my boot on my foot. Like, my dad was not a nice guy. That's a very scary, traumatic Christmas. So on Christmas night, I got into bed with Stretch, my lover, my friend, the man I've known for decades. And I cried because I was like, I'm remembering this terribly traumatic memory and I'm having so much difficulty falling asleep. And he laid on his back and he said, you don't have to think about it right now. You don't have to think about it right now. He couldn't even roll over and put his arms around me. Nope, he has to lay on his back. Just laid on his back, kind of like, maybe like gently like let me like rub my face against his arm a little bit. Like so gone was the desire for close intimacy that he had 48 hours before when he was trying to have sex with me. It's very gross. It's very gross behavior. I am so happy to have found the best education stream around. My friends, if we cannot learn from our experiences, we are worse than animals. Animals are able to adapt to experience consistency. Animals are able to respond to kindness with kindness. Animals are able to see what is good for them, and if they have the ability and the strength, they can move themselves towards it. But sick animals can't. Sick animals keep themselves in electrified cages. And that's just a fact. That's not an opinion. No. Sick song, yo. I love the music. I love it. My heart is racing, so I thought the music should be too. I had a friend smash this girl in the same room that I was in, and he said, pretend to be asleep. I'm gonna make a move on her. So sorry you experienced that, dear V. To be honest, it makes a great story, and more than that, what could anyone ask? Pardon me. Guys, at least it makes a good story. Oh, and also I got to drop some fucking banging lines on that man. He said something to me about, like, maybe we should just try to be kind to each other. Like, could we please just, like, be kind to each other? Says the man who dumped me over the phone on New Year's Day. Can we please just be kind to each other? He implores. And I responded, I'm a psycho, guys, but I also am very articulate. Articulate psychos are not people you want to piss off unnecessarily. I said back to him, you've only been cruel to yourself with your dishonorable conduct. I hope your mother isn't watching from heaven. I wouldn't have said it if he hadn't earned it. You know what I mean? Woo! V finally chose violence, I guess. To be fair, I moved to Ottawa for him from Toronto to help him in his last semester of getting his worthless fucking degree from university that he's never used. He was supposed to graduate, but he didn't because he's a dissociative mess. And so he had to do an extra semester, and all of his roommates were graduating, so he was like, oh my God, what am I gonna do? I can't afford to live on my own. So I, as a good partner, was like, I will move to Ottawa for you. And so I moved to Ottawa with him, and I just couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. And upon retrospect, it's that he was dissociating and he was using weed to do it. He was a drug addict. He was waking up early and saying that he was going to work, but he was actually just getting high and then showing up late to work. He would be high during all of our conversations when I was in Toronto and he was in Ottawa. And then even on the phone calls, I'd be like, are you drunk? Like, did you go get a drink or something? Because I feel like something's wrong with these conversations. And he would just be like, no, you're You guys, my mother in 2014 after me and Stretch had been dating back and forth, off and on. This is like after, you guys, I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself for the terribleness that this man has put me through. So I'm living in Ottawa with him. I'm realizing there's red flags all over the place. I had no idea he was smoking all this weed. But he told me this one morning when he woke up, rolled over, and said it to me. I've been smoking weed all day, every day. I've been hiding it from you. I've been hiding it from my employers. I've been hiding it from my family. My parents don't even know. And I want you out by the time I'm back from work. And so I packed up everything in the apartment that I had found us in Ottawa. My name was on the rental agreement in Ottawa. I packed up all my stuff and I just left. And I went home to my mother and I said, Mommy, he dumped me in a very strange and painful way. And my mother said, V, I need you to be strong because I have breast cancer. And I was like, oh my God, this is all happening on the same day? It's like a bad movie. So it put into great perspective. That what's really important, this guy dumping me, absolutely not. My mother's breast cancer, absolutely. You guys, my mother's breast cancer journey brought her and I so close together. There was a moment because Stretch's beautiful mother, also had breast cancer. And I reached out to Stretch's mother and I said, Stretch's mother, I know that Stretch just dumped me and kicked me out of our apartment in Ottawa together. Not telling her, it's because he's a drug addict and he told me, hiding that from her. And I said, my mother was just diagnosed with breast cancer. Could you please help me through this? And Stretch's mother wrote back to me and said, my God, I cannot believe the pain you must be feeling. You must focus on when your mother is healed. That will be the greatest joy that you can bring to her life right now. Do not pity her. Do not cry. Do not change your life for the cancer. You must persevere in the face of the cancer. And I was like, oh my God, Stretch's mother, you are such a beautiful, kind, generous soul. So articulate, so lovely. I feel like you are a second mother to me. It's very, very beautiful. My mother beat breast cancer. My mother has been in remission from breast cancer for many, many years. Hooray, wonderful. But the day she had her mastectomy done, mastectomy being she had the breast removed after going through radiation, after going through chemotherapy. In Toronto, I was having my Christmas gathering with all of my best friends. It was our yearly tradition to have our Christmas gathering with our best friends. And it happened to land on the same day that my mother was having this surgery. I saw my mother in the hospital room. It was one of the most painful and horrific moments of my life. The nurse came in, looked at her wounds, and said, my God, he butchered you. For whatever reason, that surgeon fucking hated my mother and did a terrible job. She had any medical people in chat right now are fucking gobsmacked. She had 2 drains, which is kind of a lot for a mastectomy. So that was terrifying, my God. Oh my God, don't even get me started. I was in that hospital room with my mother. I was looking at her and Stretch's mom's words were ringing in my head. Stretch's mom's words were saying, you need to plan for the future. You can't look at this sad, dying woman in front of you and go, oh my God, you're dying. You need to utilize the delusion that she is going to get better and you're going to be happy. And so I looked my mummy in the eye. She had no blood in her face. She was completely bloodless, and she still was like trying to sit up in her bed and engage in conversation. And so I was like, you know what? I'm gonna match her energy. And I was like, that's right, Mama. We are gonna get up out of this bed and we are gonna be better. We're gonna go to Disney World. We're gonna ride all the rides. I'm gonna make beautiful outfits for us to wear that are gonna be tasteful and character inspired. We're gonna take 1 billion photos. We're gonna have the best time ever. And then I got home and my stepfather cornered me in the living room and screamed in my face, how dare you speak about wasting my money on such frivolous events? How dare you talk like you can control our future? How dare you plan things that are so beyond? How rude of you to tell your mother what she's going to do. It was one of the most traumatic and awful moments of my life. I got in a car, I drove to Toronto. I'm so grateful. The only reason I didn't die in that moment, the only reason I did not die in that moment is because I opened... I'm gonna cry. I don't ever cry on stream, but I will cry for this. I opened the door and my friends were there. Each and every one of my friends wearing beautiful Christmas outfits. And surprisingly, all the girls basically had their hair in like braided pigtails. We had kind of all done our hair together like randomly. was the most beautiful moment of my life. I couldn't believe how lucky I was to be connected to so many creative, warm-hearted, beautiful people. I'm so happy. It was so beautiful. It literally gives me the strength to live my life every single day. Just seeing them all there being like, you made it to the Christmas party! And like, in that moment, I was like, my mommy's not sick and my stepfather's not abusing me. And my boyfriend's not the worst boyfriend in the whole wide world. Except that he was, because then Stretch comes in 2 hours late, stoned out of his mind, holding 2 boxes of instant mashed potato mix. My friends are so nice, they just ignored him. 2 boxes of... Okay, so I'm sorry. I'm laughing because it's funny. Yeah, I thought about wearing gloves with this outfit, but I wanted to have the tactile experience of holding the warm liquid to keep myself grounded as I'm telling you these, like, to be honest, the most traumatic moments of my life. But to be real, like, this is like the most traumatic moments of my, like, romantic life. Stretch is a vicious predator. He's like he's a wolf in sheep's clothing. Yeah, he's a wolf in sheep's clothing for real. I had no idea because also the truth is I'm very angry at him for all the things he's done. But the truth is, inside of Stretch, there is a pure, untarnished self that is not dissociative, that isn't vindictive, that isn't incredibly, like, malicious and cruel in making promises and not keeping them. There's like layers, there's complicated natures involved here. The way that Stretch is behaving has nothing to do with me. I just got caught up in somebody else's mess, and I got him caught up in my mess, and I mean, I'm gonna make art from it, and that's the best we can do. Oh, yes. Wait. And your brother knows that your stepfather has said this to you, and he chooses to continue acting with him without demanding an apology? How can he stretch his perception that far? Well, when I asked my big brother, do you remember our stepfather screaming in your face? My brother's response was, I can't remember it, but I'm suddenly realizing that might not mean it didn't happen. And my brother has also been incredibly abused by my stepfather, and is still in subtle, insidious ways. He hasn't been able to break free from that. Oh yeah, dude, instant potatoes are a high dude dream. He really brought the party. This is like straight out of a rom-com drama, the way he comes in. My dream is that somebody makes this into a movie, and I meet Pedro Pascal on the press tour for it. The only thing that has been keeping me alive throughout all of this is that maybe this story, if I tell it just right, will resonate with people so far and wide that on the press tour, I will meet Pedro Pascal. He'll look me in the eye and go, you are the woman I've been waiting my whole life for. And I'll go, I know, Pedro Pascal, I am the woman that you've been waiting your whole life for. Hey, if Stretch is going to dissociate into delusional fantasies where he's some kind of nice guy, I will dissociate into delusional fantasies where I am some kind of V Pascal. Oh yeah. That lineup for Pedro is long as hell, girl. I mean, to be fair, Bad Keith Gaming, it's not like I don't have a lineup of men for myself. You know what I mean? It's not like I'm walking up to Pedro Pascal without an equal... I mean, my line pales in comparison to his, but like, let's not pretend there's not a lineup of guys for me too. I'm not hurting for attention in my life at the moment. Except for from Stretch, I guess. Actually, no, I don't want Stretch's attention. I should have like, I was so proud of myself. I'm really proud of myself for trying to get out of the situation earlier in December at the beginning of the month. Yeah. Oh, any moderators in chat? This guy's asking weird questions. Really weird questions. Yuck. It's gonna be a long fucking movie. I'm sweating to keep up with comprehending the madness you tell. Well, that's the good thing about this story, is that for the movie, you don't need to tell the whole entire story. You can just pick and choose. He's a consistent villain throughout. Like, there's a lot of material. It's gonna be an HBO miniseries. Oh my god. Oh my god. And what's the lineup like for Stretch? I am going to be brutally honest with you guys. I find him incredibly attractive. I really, really do. But there is no denying that Stretch has bad posture, bad skin, and bad hair. He naturally has really, really beautiful, like gorgeous, thick blonde hair, but he doesn't do anything to style it or take care of it. He has really, really terrible posture. He slouches and makes himself smaller. I think because his untarnished self is ashamed of his actions. Like, I think really, really deep down, he is ashamed of his actions. I thought it was really curious that everybody in the three of them live together. There's Stretch, his brother Red. Red has a girlfriend named Blue, and then their roommate Angel. So the three of them live together. Angel is on unemployment. Angel's last job that she got was for copywriting. And so part of the interview, Stretch was telling me, part of the interview was she had to edit a piece of writing or do a piece of writing. I can't remember exactly. There was homework, essentially, for this. The reason I'm having difficulty remembering the details is because what Stretch told me was so fucking mind-blowingly horrible. I couldn't believe he was saying it so casually. Stretch told me that he did the homework for her for that job interview and got her the job. He said this as if he was a great saint coming down on a cloud to bestow upon her the gift of employment, not realizing that he has done her a huge fucking disservice and wrecked her chances of actually getting a job because she got that job and then she was fired because she wasn't actually qualified to do it, and now she's on unemployment. He shouldn't have helped her get that job because she would have realized, I'm not qualified for this, and then found another job that she was qualified for. Or even within that company, they might have been like, you know what, you're not qualified for this, but we see the work you put into this, and so we'll give you another job that you are qualified for. He ruined that poor girl's life, and he thinks he was helping her. Anyways, she's a curvy girl. She has boobs. She's got like big, beautiful boobs. She's got such a beautiful body. I feel so sad because I thought she was such like a vibrant, beautiful, attractive girl. And then I just heard all year about how like angry and vicious and paranoid and crazy she was from Stretch. But I never saw this, and I was never allowed into the house. He just told me this all the time. He loves telling stories. Because get this, Stretch and his brother, Red, they have a production company. They're filmmakers. They have a production company. And their incredibly generous, wealthy neighbors gave them money. When I started hanging out with Stretch a year ago, basically today, he so proudly told me, our neighbors have invested. I'm finally getting paid to write. And I was like, you did it. Oh my God, you fucking did it. Like, you finally did it. You are making your dreams come true. Your neighbors have invested all this money into you. You've really fucking done it. I was so proud of him. And then as the year went on, how is the writing going? Oh, it's good. How's the writing going? It's coming. How's the writing going? We're a little stuck, so we're gonna take a little break, you know? How's the writing going? Well, you know with Angel. You know how crazy things are with Angel. There's no way the script could ever go forward. Then he told me that they had a pittance of support. That's right, baby, thank you. Oh, don't worry, I've taken so much of your money, guys. I've taken so much of your money. I feel like you guys have paid me. This one's for free. This one's for free, guys. Stretch told me that Stretch, his brother, and Angel went to the neighbors and said, the script will never be done. Because of the internal breakdown of the house, the script will never be done. So you're telling me your neighbors just gave you tons of money to write a script, and you're just saying, oops, we couldn't do it? What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Well, you see, they're all throwing their backs out constantly. Stretch throws his back out because he wants to be the star in volleyball. Stretch and his brother have played on a volleyball team, little community volleyball team, for many, many years. They're the champions. So happy to be the champions. Do you hear? Hold on. Do you hear that? Oh. No, you don't hear it either. The names of his teammates, the contributions of the people he's been playing with. I don't know a single person's name. I don't know a single person's name that Stretch works with, that he is on a volleyball team with. Even the names of the neighbors, because I was never even introduced to them to like put a name to a face. He has never once mentioned anybody, any of these people by name, talked about their accomplishments. But do you know what he has said? I just love being the star. He was talking about how he was going to go so hard at volleyball one night. And I was like, please don't throw your back out. Like, please don't throw your back out. You know how you throw your back out. And his response was, yeah, but I just love being the star. When he would talk about them being the champions, he would say, well, it's kind of hard for us not to win with like me and my brother on the team because they're both well over 6 feet tall. He literally believes that him and his brother are God's gift to the world. Let us not forget, yes, Stretch's brother sat us down on Christmas Eve or whenever and said, I'm going to solve the loneliness epidemic. I have been paying close attention to the needs of the people in the world, and I know what they need. A space in the community where they can gather together, not under a religious flag or a religious belief, but he wants the community to gather. Maybe there could be a coffee shop. Maybe there's a dedicated workspace. Maybe even a yoga studio. He came up with this idea himself. Oh my God in heaven. He came up with this idea because his acting career is going so well, he just wants to pivot. He's just gonna pivot away from his really successful acting career. Can you imagine? You're an actor for 13 years and your brother is a writer for 13 years and your greatest accomplishment is playing Rocket League together every night on the couch. Your greatest accomplishment is being paid to write a script and you sit and play Rocket League every night. I'm kind of feeling like I might have dodged a bullet with this dude. Yeah, a little bit. Yo, play video games. But then even the way he spoke about Rocket League, the way that he relaxed. It wasn't playing Rocket League because of the camaraderie. It wasn't playing Rocket League because he enjoys playing sports. It was just because they could dominate other people. They just they want to be the best. And I get that. I absolutely get that. It's totally fine that you want to be the best. I love being the best. That's why I'm in front of you right now. But you gotta pick the moments when you're gonna be the best, and then also pick the moments where you recognize that you're a supporting character amongst other people. And relationships, yeah. You're kind of judgy for a stripper. That's so fucking funny. It's your right to ban him, but it's so fucking... You're kind of judgy for a stripper. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. If I die today, put that on my tombstone, my loves. It could be worse. He could be playing Fork Knife. I feel really bad because everyone thinks that Stretch is so much younger than he is because of his bad skin, bad posture, and his obvious air of I have no idea how to take care of myself. It's very sad. I feel bad for him. I probably shouldn't be saying all these. You know what? No. The truth is, I'm genuinely being quite kind to him. I really feel like I could be going into much more disgusting, visceral detail. And I'm really, I know it might not sound like it, but I'm being quite restrained so far. Eventually, Matt Damon and Ben Affleck produced a script, at least. Come on, guys. Imagine. Oh my God, I died. I feel like this is the third time I've heard about misfortunes due to a narcissistic person. Unlucky. I have a habit of falling in love with narcissistic men, absolutely. That's why, fingers crossed for Pedro Pascal. Hopefully he's not. Or at least if he is, I won't mind as much because he's so handsome. There will be no Rocket League slander. Cute Bal peepin'. Did you bring me the ball, my love? Bring it here. It's just out of my reach, my love. Bring it here. Bring it here. That's a great headstone engraving. Elizabeth Hurley from Austin Powers vibes. It is. Yeah, it's the hairstyle. Her outfit was long sleeve and pants. But I definitely looked at pictures of her when I was doing my hair and makeup today, yeah. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Oh my God, I hadn't even considered that. Narcissistic people are also highly, like, attracted to physically attractive people. I mean, yeah, maybe narcissistic people really seek me out and then lie to me and manipulate me into believing that they are nice, but they're not. You guys, for real. For real, I gave this man an out. And he looked me in the eye and he said, "You're my family, V." I couldn't believe it. I actually couldn't believe it. He did it multiple times. He looked me in the, because the first time he did it, I couldn't believe it. I was so gobsmacked. I thought I imagined it. And then he did it again because I told him how much it meant to me that he said that. He literally held me in my own house because I was never allowed over at his house. He held me in his arms. He looked me in the eye and he said, "You're my family, V." And then he dumped me and immediately said, "Don't ever contact me or any of my family again. Leave my family alone." He had the audacity of looking me in the eye. He was my friends with benefits. We were sleeping together. Yes, we were sleeping together with the understanding that in a few years, once we had worked through all of, the difficult situation with his roommate, giving him time to process the loss of his mother. His mother died in 2023. That's not easy. That's not quick. I wanted time to be sort of single as well after dating another narcissist for 2 years before. So I wasn't rushing him into a relationship. We were moving slowly closer and closer together. He brought me home. He invited me home to his family on Christmas because we were trying to work towards a close relationship because of the words he said and because of the actions that he promised. We were not just friends. He equated me as the same level, in his own words, to his brother's girlfriend of 3 years. He said, "V, he literally promised me, you are allowed in my house just like Red's girlfriend's Blue is allowed in the house." He said those exact words to me. He made those promises. I was not pushing him. I did not force him. I gracefully tried to, integrate myself into his life, which is not the same as, shoving my face in where I don't belong. I would never. For your next relationship, make a power move and couple your knowledge about psychology. You guys, my next relationship is with me, baby. I don't need to date anybody else. I have literally hundreds of men. It's foaming at the mouth. The mere idea of being able to date me, yeah, I'm good. Yeah. Men will say anything to hit it. Source, am a man. It's true. And, like I said to Stretch, I don't need to tell his neighbors that he swindled them out of their money. I don't need to tell his volleyball team that he believes he's the star of the show and that they're all just bit players in his, main act. I don't even need to tell the bike shop that he works at. He's managing their social media. You know how every business bestows the great honor of letting an employee do the free advertising? I don't even need to tell the bike shop that he has no integrity, that he has no ability to craft a narrative, or to even follow through on anything. I don't need to contact any of these people. They all already know who he is. They all suspect his inconsistencies and his sort of gentle demeanor is actually covering something far more sinister. I'm just gonna live my best life and be beautiful while I do it. Create some art. I love art. You guys, I'm creating some art. I wrote a little story. I was thinking of posting it on my Instagram story. I don't know. I'm gonna work on it tonight. I've been working on it. We can talk about it when I come back from break. doing anything in this outfit takes a minute or two. So I have been giving myself time. I found gloves. Ah, you guys are right. The gloves are so good. I put this sexy neck string on so that you know where my neck is, and my body isn't just like the talk boob, the suck boob, and the fuck boobs. You know, I'm like more complicated than just like a series of tits all stacked on top of each other. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Oh no, did you see the back of my hair? It's not like perfect and lovely. I don't always do the back of my head when I stream. Please don't look at the back of my hair. Where is this top? Where is this dress from? It's a bodysuit. It is a bodysuit with a corset and then a skirt. They're like 3 separate pieces, but because they're all the same, like black, you know. Oh yes. It's insane how weak I feel the second I see you. Ain't that just the way? Ain't that just the way? You want to talk about exactly why that happens? I can describe it to you. Your amygdala hangs out just underneath your medial prefrontal cortex. It is the sort of danger center of your mind. Oh God, your amygdala screams, this isn't gonna be good for us. Your medial prefrontal cortex, I wanna say primordial prefrontal cortex every single time, if it's not. It's your medial prefrontal cortex. Rather than reacting like the animalistic fire alarm that is your amygdala. Takes a minute to contextualize. Wait. This woman is dangerous to me? I must look closer. And then you start trying to, contextualize me. Good luck. The minute you start trying to contextualize any one part of me, you're gonna start feeling some things. Can't imagine what I would do with a girl who looked like that. Couldn't believe what I would do with a girl who would taste like that. I can't even begin to see what I would do with a girl who feels like that. There's no context. Your brain doesn't know how to contextualize me in your life. I'm a completely unknown element, full of potential and whimsy. I'm as unreachable as a pop star, but also as next door as your neighbor, because I'm just a fucking Twitch streamer. Your brain can't place me. Your body can't deny that I'm making you feel something. You can't get me out of your head. My name's InvaderVie. I'm drinking tea. My name's InvaderVie and I am drinking tea. How many men have you killed with these boots? Like you mean to make them? These are pure virginal foreskin boots. Made of pure virgin foreskin. Someone earlier was like, oh my God, here's my tiny amount of money. And I was like, if you don't think I'm gonna make a boatload of money today, you have not been paying attention to my outfit. Well, now I feel cognitively violated. Baby, I am activating your neurons. I am activating your neurons whether you want me to or not. That's literally $100 just in bits. Oh, good. Oh, good. Yes. I was hoping I was going to make something during the stream more than just a mess of the underside of your desk. Oh, Hendrix, it's been minutes. Hendrix, it's been literally minutes. Hello, my latex goddess. It's me, your latex goddess. You know what, it's actually, without the gloves, it looked like not super duper perfectly complete. The outfit before was fine. This outfit now is fucking banging. This outfit now is like out of control good. Would you ever wear this out in public? I would wear this to dinner with you for $10,000. Probably not less than that, so. Start saving your pennies, boys. Okay, is it penis? Or is it penis? Or is it penis? Or is it penis? Oh my God, Peter Hartley, you got a gifted sub from Hendrix. It's pronounced P-nice. P-nice? The P-nice. Ah, what an excellent penis. Oh my gosh, sorry. I need to cough. I'm so sorry. Hold on. Ooh, that's great. Did you guys see how my hip raised to compensate for my lungs not being able to like fully expand and contract? My body pulled my hip up like that as I was coughing. That's interesting, man. That's fucking interesting. I missed you. I know. Me too. I missed me too. I'm slouching. Yeah. How are you today? I'm feeling wonderful today. I had a rough start to the year, but I'm feeling better. I know that I'm going to be okay because I walked into my local dispensary, which is also one of my happiest places on earth. Truly, if I ever feel sad and lonely, I just imagine walking in. There's like a few people who work there. There's like four people who work there, and there was a day. I can't even believe there was a day where I walked in and all four of them were in the store at the same time. And I actually walked in and screamed, and they were like, oh, I was like, it's all of my favorite people in the same place at the same time. I was so happy. So I walked in, and there's one woman who works there. It's like one woman and then a bunch of guys who work there. And the woman is like my soul sister. Like we have very similar energies, we have very similar vibes. Every time I got banned, I would go in and show her my outfit, and she's like, is the Catholic Church running Twitch? Why are you not allowed to wear this? She's like, people come into our store wearing less than this and we serve them. Like, what? You can't wear this on the internet? But people wear much less than this out in public like on the bus? I'm very grateful for her. I love her very much. Earlier this year when I told her about the, oh my God, about the instance where Stretch's roommate Angelica attacked me. She verbally attacked me, she verbally dehumanized me, and Stretch and his brother did this. They just looked away as their roommate walked into the room, looked at me, and said, I didn't realize we were having people over. I was so shocked. I actually looked around the room and was like, did somebody follow me in off the street? Because it's literally just me here. And then I looked at Stretch and I looked at Red, and they both, in pure cowardice, looked down and away. I feel sick to my stomach looking back on the text messages from that night, because although I was having a panic attack, because although that was so upsetting to me, I couldn't even sit in my Uber home. I'm sorry, again, I laugh because all of this is terrible. I started having a panic attack in the Uber ride home because she attacked me, and Stretch and Red said nothing. They just allowed it to happen without even saying, Angel, this is V. She is not people. And she's invited into our house. Of course she's here. It's not hard to say that. It's not hard to diffuse a moment. But neither of them did that because they're fucking cowards. And so I got out of my Uber. I live downtown Toronto. I got out of my Uber late at night because I was so sick. I was so sick with anxiety and to be honest, I was recovering from somebody coming in and attacking me, dehumanizing me. Calling somebody people to their face is dehumanizing in a way that is unacceptable. It's unacceptable. So I walked home late at night by myself. I put myself in danger of being like mugged or attacked or something worse, murdered, because Stretch is such a fucking coward, and so is his brother, and they allowed their roommate to attack me verbally without any negative, without anything. But the only negative ramification was on my shoulders to deal with alone. The next day I had a therapy session with my therapist and I told him everything. I was so shaken up. I was like, I'm never going back. Like, I'm never going back. Oh my God, I'm never going. I can never set foot in there ever again. It was so damaging and so terrifying. I'm not safe there. And my therapist said, if you want a relationship with Stretch, You have to set foot in that house again. Stretch says he loves you. Stretch says he wants a relationship with you. You shying away and never setting foot in that house again is not good for you. It is not even in line with what Stretch says he wants. Ultimately, it wouldn't even be good for Angel. My therapist was like, talk with Stretch. And so I did. I texted him. The best part about all this is I have all these text messages because Stretch is not good at listening. So I got really good at writing to be able to communicate with him. And now I'm a great writer, and he's probably not going to be happy about these screenshots. I messaged Stretch after that therapy session, and I was like, I talked to my therapist. My therapist said, you and Stretch need to come up with ideas for how V can be allowed into the house and she's allowed to feel safe. And so I was like, maybe you could just tell Angel that I'm coming over before I come over. And Stretch said back to me, I'll go even further, V. I will tell Angel that you have a standing invitation to my house, equal to that of my brother's long-term girlfriend. I promise I will do this. He said those fucking words to me. I have the text messages. He didn't need to. He did not. Nobody was holding a gun to his head. I was offering a slow middle ground that could have been acceptable, but he needed to be the fucking hero. He needed to be the hero. He needed to be the one. And then he finishes that text message response by talking about how like brave and sexy he finds me, which is manipulation again. They're kind platitudes, flattering comments without actually recognizing that I went through something devastating the night before because of his cowardice. He completely glosses over that. His ability to maliciously maneuver people is sickening and terrifying, and a lesson for all of us, a lesson for each of us, you guys. Oh my God, we gotta be careful. These fuckers smile at you and make big promises. They are dangerous people. Rich, exactly, and I was thinking a lot about this. The words that came to me when Stretch and his brother looked away, when their roommate said, I didn't realize we were having people over. Fighting evil by moonlight, winning love by daylight, never running from a real fight. She is the one named Sailor Moon. Those disgusting, awful men are not even worthy of Sailor Moon's theme song. What was I doing in their house? What was I doing in their house? We do not go into homes of people who are not living up to, at the bare minimum, the standard of the Sailor Moon theme song. I think that is an appropriate bar. I'm glad that I'm hearing you say this now. I had zero awareness about that being dehumanizing. I wonder if it's a language barrier thing or just me being an idiot. It took me a while to come to like the exact reason why her comment was so upsetting, because I was pretty confused. It doesn't like on the surface it's kind of just rude, but then I was like, no, it feels worse than rude. Why? Like why? Why was her comment so fucking upsetting? I'm sorry. I stutter when I get upset because when you're abused as a kid, you oftentimes like develop a stutter. But when you're abused as a kid, if you are not able to articulate yourself to the people around you, you will literally fucking die. It's so wonderful to be like articulate and to be able to look back on my lived experiences and draw knowledge and information from it. But I also kind of want to fucking kill myself in a video game because I'm like, oh my God. The only reason I'm able to recognize all this terrible shit happening to me is because all this terrible shit has happened to me a lot and often. Oh God. And I wasn't there in the moment. It adds a lot of importance. There was so much about that situation that contributed to it being awful in every single way. Like, I was there. We were having wine and cheese because we were going to a play. Stretch and his brother, Red, in their production company, made this web series that didn't go anywhere. I never watched it. Nothing ever came of it, but like it exists. So I'm glad that they made it. It's very interesting that web series that they made like probably a decade ago, I guess now it would have been around, is like a big prominent feature on the fridge in their house. But if you ask them what projects they're working on right now, they're just like, please don't look at the dents in the couch and the worn down nubs of controllers attached to our gaming system. And in that like mini series, that web series that they made, there was an actor, and that actor is sweet and warm and wonderful. And that actor married one of my best friends. It was like such a crazy, so like the actor from their web series met my best friend at, oh, it's so beautiful. You guys, let's not talk about sad. Can we talk about a happy love story? Let's talk about their love story. So my actor friend met her actor husband at a theater festival. They both auditioned to be in this like theater festival. And I mean, my actor friend, she's so beautiful. She's so intelligent. She's so intimidating, to be perfectly honest. And she seems so like intensely disinterested in winning anybody's approval. She was like, oh man, I guess guys don't want to date me, or like dating's kind of hard for me. And I told her for our entire friendship, I was like, girl, dating is not for you. Dating is not for you. You are going to meet somebody, you are going to be like, you are my soulmate, because I recognize myself so clearly. I can recognize you so clearly. You don't got to worry about this. And she was like, I don't know. Oh my God, am I going to out her? I'm going to out her a little bit. She can come and she can slap my fucking face for saying this. But I think it's an important facet to the story, because many people feel this way. She was a virgin well into her 20s. And she felt like she was a failure of a person because she was a virgin well into her fucking 20s. No, she was just, you're not a failure if you're a virgin. You might actually just be accomplished, intimidating, beautiful, and successful. So she's like a virgin well into her 20s. She was so worried about it. Then she meets this guy at the theater festival. And she's talking about him, and we're like, oh my God, he sounds amazing. He sounds awesome. How is the sex? How is the sex? And she's like, the sex is good, but I feel like there's a way to get it to be great. I just don't know how to get it to be great. And I was like, tell me everything. We were eating donuts for my birthday. For my birthday, we went to go visit her at the theater festival, and it was so fun. Oh my God, it was so fun. I'll tell you the haunting story afterwards. This trip was amazing. So my friend is telling me, she's like, met this guy, the sex is really good, but it could be great. And then she's describing all the ways that it could be even better. And I'm like, yes, oh yeah, I love that too. I was like, oh, everybody loves that. And in my mind, I'm like, this guy probably thinks she doesn't want these things because these are sort of like generic sexy things that like everybody wants but seem kind of cliche. You know what I mean? It's basically what she wanted. It's just like the cliche things that like a gentleman wouldn't naturally do. And he's a gentleman. And that night, because we were all there visiting, we're like eating donuts, we're smoking weed, it's my birthday, we're at the theater festival, it's so fun. Not just me, but like me and all my friends, we sort of like dive into a playful conversation about what we all enjoy in the bedroom. And we're like, oh yeah, everyone loves that. You love that, don't you, actor friend? I know I love that. Oh, everybody, it's so fun. I remember when one guy did this, it drove me crazy. I loved it. That's so fun. Everybody loves that. Everyone should try that once. Like just a lot of that. And then we were sleeping in her living room that night. We went out to a house party. This house party was fucking amazing. When you party with theater people, it's the best music, it's the best fucking lighting, it's the best fucking atmosphere. All the dancers are the best dancers because they're literal professional dancers. We went to this amazing house party. I was standing on the back porch under beautiful fairy lights with the lighting designer one of the lighting technicians of this entire theater festival. And I'm like, oh look, I discovered this like great little trick with a marijuana cigarette, because I'm an old-fashioned lady who talks this way. When I would roll a joint, I would twist it really tightly. And if you breathe in to light the tip of the joint, and then you do a tiny little puff out into the joint, you can put out the flame and keep the joint embered and lit and cherried. I tried to do that with one of his pre-rolls, and I was drunk, and I just blew the entire joint out of the paper sheet and was standing there like an idiot holding this empty joint being like, oh, that worked better with my rolled joints. Had never tried that with a pre-roll. Huge mistake. Party foul. Party foul. Oh my, I'm a very embarrassing person. That night we go home, my actor friend and her partner are upstairs and they're banging super duper loud. They got married last year. It was so fun. I love them so much. I'm hanging out with her later this week or next week. I might be hanging out with her next Tuesday, so I'm not gonna stream. Oh my god, she's great. Anyways, I digress. What was I talking about? Oh, their love story. Oh, it's so nice. Now they own a house? Yes. So you manipulated him. Well done. Yo, I learned how to manipulate, and I do be manipulating. Yeah. I also don't feel like it's manipulating. I feel like my friend told me the truth, and then I told him the truth. Because sometimes the truth is more difficult when you're with an intimate partner. The stakes are so fucking high for being truthful with your intimate partners. The stakes were so super duper low for me to recognize desire in my friend. This tea is cold and I don't want it anymore. To recognize desire in my friend, recognize it as universal desire that would also be pleasurable for her partner, and then to just be like, here you go guys, just enjoy, just live your lives together with the truth of what you're experiencing. What does full natural mean? Like, have I had any plastic surgery? I'm gonna be 35 this year, and I'm very excited for Botox. I'm allowed to get Botox. I'm a 35-year-old woman. Let me get some Botox. I got my lips blushed. I love my lips that are blushed. And I got my eyebrows microbladed. And I got laser hair removal on my armpits. And other than that, au naturel. Yay. No Botox. Ghost baby, it's okay. Botox is not inherently overdoing Botox would be a fucking nightmare, absolutely. But when I sleep at night, I scrunch my eyebrows together like this, and then I wake up with like a little line between them. So if I get a tiny bit of Botox between my eyebrows, I'll still be able to move my eyebrows and do this, but hopefully the muscles that are naturally contracting will learn how to naturally relax. But I love that line. Oh, my dear, my darling. Yeah, that line is reserved for me taking a big, thick cock in my mouth. The only time my eyebrows should be furrowed is because I am literally nose to pubes. I refuse to get any stressful lines on my face unless they are accompanied by beautiful, happy memories. Okay? And me sleeping with my eyebrows furrowed, that's not it. 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 So when is a Brazilian butt lift allowed? You guys, I would not recommend anyone getting a Brazilian butt lift. I would not. It's a very dangerous procedure. It's also, we should not be, cosmetic procedures should be done for enhancement, not for alteration. How do we get closer to the most you? Not how do we transform you into somebody else. Yeah. Also, you can do a lot with makeup. My lips look gigantic and full and beautiful. I'm kind of just like overlining them like crazy, but I think that's okay because you're not here to kiss it off anyways, so what am I worried about? Get the Botox, queen. I don't think there's anything wrong with a 35-year-old woman getting a little bit of Botox because she furrows her brow in her sleep. I think that's perfectly allowed. I encourage each and every one of you to do it as well. Yeah. I also noticed, like one of the corners of my mouth. It's so funny, I don't even, maybe this, I feel like it's this side. I feel like in this side of my mouth, I can like feel the same tightening downturn that I see in my mother. And I'm like, Mama, like you don't need to have that like sad corner of the mouth downturn. And I'm like, yo, I also don't need that sad corner of the mouth downturn. I'm working on my ability to not fucking dwell on negative feelings, by turning it into art, turning it into stories, turning it into expression, turning it into movement, and my streams. Hello, streams! Hey V, how are you today? I'm okay. Oh, there's no politics in my stream. You will be banned immediately. Good God, good golly, Miss Molly. Good golly, Miss Molly. They're trying to bring politics into my jerk-off stream. Don't you dare bring politics into my jerk-off stream. All right, you've convinced me. Let's get the F-size breasts. I love my tits so much. I don't know if it's because I'm having a psychotic episode or I'm wildly delusional or my posture is improving. But my beautiful, tiny, perky, juicy tits never looked or felt better than they did last night in the bath. It's very difficult to be angry about some guy with bad posture dumping you when you're like, oh my God, whose tits are these? I was like, these are Margaret Qualley's tits from The Substance. These are Margaret Qualley's tits from The Substance, and somehow they have found themselves on my chest. I was really feeling my tits last night, and I had smoked a joint before I got in the bath, but that's it, so. Whoa, and no bathtub selfies anyways? That's on the $1,000 tier of my Patreon. So, that's a great idea, actually. Yeah, the bathtub photos will be on the $1,000. I haven't put anything in that tier. I put like 2 photos in that tier that I was like, these are great photos, but I don't want just anyone looking at these, you know? Now you can all see them because I'm pretty sure they're on my Fapello. Is it wrong to put my Fapello page in my link tree? It's for people who can't afford the Patreon. Come on. Come on. Throw them a bone. Throw them the bone. Bone throw. Hey, they're trying to throw their bones at me. I'll throw a bone back. V bad. V good. Weed improves cup size. It's scientifically proven now. No, I think it has probably more to do with my posture, with my breathing, and like with the overall, your breath, your ability to, your body to function. It just makes you more attractive. I think my tits being nice has more to do with my mental health being on the upswing and my posture improving. Yeah. It might not be allowed on the link tree due to the link tree terms of service. Look at you and your relentless logic. I love it. V good? V good! When I'm managing your porn career, we'll be extremely strict on DMCA. You guys, I don't think I could do porn. I don't think I can do porn. Sorry, I don't mean to sound like a whiny idiot, but so there's this incredibly sexy YouTuber. He's like 29 years old. He lives in Texas. He's so sweet. He really wants to fuck my brains out. And I just, like, you guys, I need you to help me let him down gently. Ha, ha. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? How do I let this man down gently? Because I just know. I just know that, like, it's not going to happen. Just say no. Okay, no. That's not, you guys, the Fiku. There is value in communicating your feelings effectively. This guy has not been inappropriate. He has been kind and friendly. I'm asking you, okay, shut up. All of you fucking shut up. You're idiots. You're just like, just tell him no. Listen to what I'm saying and then help me revise it. I want to tell him I appreciate his friendship so much. Every time he reaches out to me, I genuinely feel happy. I also recognize that he wants to pursue a sort of sexy relationship with me. And although I do find him very sexy, I don't foresee that being a possibility at all. I'm so much older than him. I want so much different things in life. Like, it's just, he lives so far away. Like, the logistics of all of it are just so crazy to me that I'm like, my dude, I don't know, my dude, I don't see it. I don't see it working the way. And so I just kind of want to be like, you don't need to pursue me anymore. I need to be so much nicer about this. Maybe he's just watching right now, and I don't have to tell him anything. Tell him you're joining a convent and becoming celibate. I'll tell him... I was gonna say, I'm not gay, but I'll learn. Okay, that's a Simpsons joke, and I am gay, so... I mean, I guess I love men and women. I'm pansexual. I guess I could also just... just tell him this. Just be like, all the things I just said to him. Yeah. Not the pans. It's why I loved going to visit Destiny so much in Miami. All he has is pants in his house. You guys, I love tea. I obviously love tea. If you know me, you know how much I drink tea. And I was like, yo, being in Miami stressed me out. America is a stressful place. I didn't like America. I really, really didn't. It made me so scared and uncomfortable. He and I were eating and enjoying a meal, and oh, sorry, I want to scream because even the memory of it feels so terrifying. There was this gigantic lit up billboard that was just flashing the faces of dead people or terrorists or murderers or victims of terrorist, dead people, murderers. I don't even know what it was flashing, but it was fucking horrifying, and it was just like right there. And like, and I'm just like trying to eat my fucking taco, and everyone else is walking around like this is very normal, because in America it's very normal to have like gigantic billboards showing you really traumatic news events from all over the world all the time. I was feeling stressed out. I loved being at Steven's place. It made me feel very happy, very comfortable. He bought me a whole season of Law and Order to watch, and he sat with me when we watched Law and Order, and I just, oh my god, he's got a real nice thick head of hair. Got a real nice thick head of hair, that Steven does. And we watched Law and Order together. It was really lovely. And, I wanted tea. Just wanted tea. It's not hard to make a cup of tea. All the British people in chat are just like, bitch, are you describing swimming to a fish? What do you mean make a cup of tea? You just have tea all the time. Tea is always, it's right? Exactly, thank you. I opened every single cupboard. I was like, I'm retarded. Pardon me, please don't ban me. I must be retarded because I cannot find his kettle or even a pot to boil water in. All I found was 2 frying pans and dishes and cutlery and a can opener. And like, there was some food, there was some stuff, there was mugs. And I went to Steven. I was like, Steven, I'm retarded. I cannot find your pots or even your kettle, electric or stovetop. Like, I don't know what's wrong with me. And Steven was just like, I don't have those things. It was hard for me not to be like, oh, so you're retarded. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say these words. I apologize. I'm using inappropriate language. And I recognize it's not appropriate. I'm also coping with some big feelings. I hope that you are able to extend me some grace as I make mistakes in my executions. You guys, it's, the fact that this man had nothing to boil water in and saw no problem in it, it's okay because he ordered me tea. And he was like, they're not gonna deliver tea. And I was like, of course they deliver tea. Every single restaurant that you could ever order anything from will have tea on their menu. And he's like, there's no oh shit, yeah, they do. Oh, well, won't you look at that? Howdy doody. Tea-a-rooey. The word retarded means held back. It means to hold back. So I felt like I was being held back by some way, either by my ability to find the pots and pans and kettle, or by I was being held back by like his ability to own them. I didn't know who was being held back, but we both were being held back in that moment. I drank my tea. It was really nice. It was really good. I love tea. It was yummy. And we all learned something that day. I don't like that word either. I shouldn't have used it. I said it 3 times. I will flagellate myself. I don't know. You're right. I've been really good and really careful about not ever using that word on stream. And then I fucked up and I've been using it recently. I also imagine that's probably a result of me going through some pretty shocking and unbelievable emotional circumstances recently. The like facade of InvaderVie isn't as like perfect, and like real V is kind of getting mixed in there and the lines are blurring. But I'm also recognizing that this is happening because when I was with Stretch, I was another version of myself. I was this like infinitely compassionate. So Christmas is such a terrible time for me. A few years ago at Christmas, we put my mother into a long-term care home because she has early onset Alzheimer's and dementia. And please believe me when I say that losing my mother has killed a part of me. And feeling dead inside twists your thoughts into a terrifying way. So my mother is, her body is there. If you've seen the movie Let Me In, it's a horror movie. In this horror movie, teenagers find an artifact from a curio shop. It's a hand with all this mysterious writing all over it, runes perhaps. And these teenagers realize that if they hold the hand of this mysterious object and they say the magical incantation, they will be possessed by the spirit of a dead person. It's a great fucking movie, you guys. It's a great fucking movie. Every single second of that movie kept me breathless and entertained. I had no idea where it was going, and every time I rewatch it, I love it. Please check out Let Me In. Or, shit, that's not what it's called. Yes, that's what it's called? Let Me In? Anyways, there's a scene in Let Me In where somebody is possessed by dead spirits, and they're behaving in a way that terrifyingly was incredibly similar to the way that I've watched my mother progress through early onset Alzheimer's and dementia. It was very scary. It was very, very scary to watch that movie. Not only because it was a well-made movie, and maybe it was easier because it was a well-made movie, actually. If I ever meet these filmmakers, I am going to thank them wholeheartedly. It felt in a very scary and vulnerable way excellent to watch somebody be possessed by demons and recognize that it is so terrifying and horrible, and have that make me feel connected to other humans while I watched my mother. You guys, she sat on the couch with me and she held my hand and she said, "V, I feel like I'm melting." And like, I love my mommy so much. She's my best friend in the whole wide world. I love my mommy so much. The reason it's so easy for me to say, yes, I know I'm beautiful, is because she and I are basically the spitting image of each other. Like twins, like literally twins. Which is also then really scary because watching your mother and your like twin succumb to early onset Alzheimer's and dementia is, I've never really talked about it on stream before. This is the first time. I think I might have mentioned it casually. I tried to a few years ago, and I got a message from somebody in my DMs that said, "Your mother is sick because you're a disgusting fucking whore. You made your mother sick. You hurt her because you're such a nasty, awful person." And reading those messages in a DM is terrifying. It's, especially because I just like, that's illogical. It's illogical. I'm pretty sure I didn't give my mother early onset Alzheimer's and dementia. I'm almost positive of it. Because every time I'm with her, she all of a sudden is way more present. Every time I'm with her, I can be like, "Mommy, I'm sad." And immediately she perks up like she's alive and awake, and it's like she's comforting me when I'm 6 years old. And she goes, Vivi, it's okay to be sad. I feel sad sometimes too. And she pats my hand and she loves me. It's like, it's been so painful. It's been so painful because I can see that being with my mother was healthy for her. But my stepfather fucking hates me. Talk to Me, thank you. Let Me In is an American adaptation of a Swedish vampire movie. That's not the right movie. Talk to Me was the movie that I was talking about earlier. I don't think it's surprising that I wasn't able to conjure the name of the movie when I was describing something so fucking horrific. Oh yeah. Sorry for getting the movie wrong. I apologize. Why does your stepfather hate you? My stepfather hates children, and he had the unfortunate experience of choosing to date a woman with 2 kids. So he hated us as kids so fucking much. Then he was kind of nice when we grew into adults. And then I became a Twitch streamer, and my stepfather believes that me being a Twitch streamer is akin, that means the exact same, as me being the anal fisting queen of the world on the internet. This man has the emotional awareness and maturity of a teaspoon, so he cannot see the difference. He's like, you're a Twitch streamer, you're a porn star, and you being a porn star means you are bringing unfathomable shame onto our family. It is an interesting perspective that he holds. It is not one that I have found amongst other people very often. I am not the anal fisting queen of the internet. I kind of just sit here. Yeah. My 100-year-old, now deceased grandmother has a better understanding of the internet. You know what's so crazy? That man taught computer science to high school kids. That man, taught computers to children. It also, I think, speaks volumes. I always wondered, my stepfather was a teacher, and I was like, why were you a teacher? You hate children. Because you know what he loves? Controlling people who are vulnerable. He might hate children, but he loves controlling vulnerable people. He really gets off on it. He really does. My 100-year-old dead grandmother. I can't. That's so fucking funny. It's the truth. It's the truth of it, too. Also, the reality is, if I decided to be the anal fisting queen of the internet, who fucking cares? The world needs anal fisting queens of the internet. It takes all types. There's no shame. There is no shame in using our bodies to the fullest in our lives. Each of us gets one life. We cannot live it for anyone else. Did you guys hear that Aubrey Plaza's husband committed suicide? Pardon me, trigger warnings. I'm so sorry, but what an incredible perspective shift. You see these people be in happy relationships, they get married, but then it's underneath, you have no fucking clue what's actually going on, right? It's awful. It's fucking awful. I can't imagine what it would be like. Are you a fan of Aubrey Plaza's comedy, V? I think she's so beautiful. I think she's so funny. Yeah. I've watched a little bit of Parks and Rec. But I watched it with my narcissistic ex-boyfriend, so it's kind of hard to pay attention to what was going on screen. Ooh, I'm glad I stopped by stream today. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Sorry, I'm sliding down my... Unsurprisingly, this skirt does not have a ton of traction on it, so sliding. And also, it's time for me to take my next break. Yeah. Make sure you stick around. I'm having so much fun chatting with you guys today. Mostly because I'm kind of realizing that in the past, I really tied myself into knots to keep all of the bad shit that was going on a secret from my audience. But that was mostly just to protect Stretch, who I really do believe is a predatory architect of misery. No more of that. No more of that. BRB? Oh, I don't have anything to drink. I finished my tea, but I didn't bring my water. That's probably not for the best, eh? I might have to go get my water in a little bit. Who knows? I need to tell you about my day yesterday, you guys. Because I've been telling you all these like very, very sad stories, but I need to tell you the greatest victory I've ever had in my entire life. Okay. Get your water. Go get your water. Okay, but here's the thing. I put my skirt on backwards because there's a slit in the front. It's on this side in the front. But I didn't want a slit in the front on this side. So I'm wearing the skirt backwards, so there's a slit in the back on this side. I could just put the BRB string on. Yeah. Oh, Val, you want a treat? Come here. Come on up. Up. Val. She needs a haircut. Aw. You're a mop, Paw. Good girl. Good dog. You like your treat. You know the next one. Touch. That's right. Touches with your nose. Touches with your nose, you little mop. You sweet mop. And then the last one. Val, can you lay down? Lay down. There we go. Look, Mama, I put my chin all the way down. You're very sweet. A very sweet puppy. Okay, puppy. All right, I do need my water. Val, will you distract? No, I'm not getting banned for the back of my skirt being too short or something crazy like that, BRB. I know it seems superfluous, but it actually makes you feel so badass and it's like way more secure. Because sometimes you're hungover and you reach for your gigantic water and you're like, oh, holding solid things is hard. But having this like thick fucking beautiful jazz, I love the jazz. I live for a good jazz. That's full of vodka and I needed that. The puppy is so cute. I will now take advantage of the natural, what the hell? Oh, it's on the other side. What the fuck? Am I having a schizophrenic episode? Oh no, that's the back of the blue. Okay, no, we're totally. I'm gonna use the cuteness of this dog. Yeah. Hi. Girl, I'm putting these somewhere that you cannot just stare at them all day, okay? No. You got, no matter where the treats, okay, so chat, you can gift me 5 subs and then I will move the treats. And then you can watch her stare at a different part of the room. Hi, oh, is right over there, eh? For you? You're such a silly, why don't you just fucking, can you lay down? Yeah, can you lay, yeah. Okay, now if she holds still, people aren't even gonna know what she is. Oh man, you need a haircut, my love. It's difficult because I love her fluffy, I really do. No, she doesn't want to sit. She wants to sit here and stare at me and beg for treats. And you know what, that's okay. That's all right. She's entitled to do whatever she wants. And to be honest, if you guys were in the room with me, you would also be staring at me just like this and begging me for treats too. And she's the cipher of your lived experience. I don't know if you noticed, but we completely changed a large portion of the setup. It's so much better. I love it so much more. I got this chair, and I used to have it behind us, and then I would sit in that chair over here. It was like streaming from this, like, to be honest, really cozy Papasan chair. But also the difficulty with the Papasan chair is it's not particularly, doesn't have a flat bottom, it's curved. and sitting on a curved surface doesn't give your sit bones the fucking pressure that is the most comfortable for your spinal alignment. So I loved sitting in my papasan chair. I liked that it was very, very soft and that my like ass wasn't grinding into a computer chair. But also every time I sat down in the papasan chair, it would shift a little bit. Something that I find incredibly, literally grounding, which I think you'll even notice if you have a keen enough and acute enough awareness. If you go back in my streams before New Year's and these 2 streams that I've just done this year in this chair, they're more grounded. I'm getting it, okay? I'm figuring out how to stay grounded, all right? 34 years old, figuring it out. But the chair really makes a huge difference. What you literally allow your body to feel safe on, it has a huge psychological impact on you without you realizing it. Oh, cat girl cosplay, but like with the mask? Ooh, oh yeah. If I put these glasses on, I become Lucy Liu in the first Charlie's Angels movie. Barracuda! Your poor dog. Yeah, she seems miserable, right? Just sitting here next to me, being the cutest thing in the room. Stop being better than me. You're perfect in every way, and I can't keep up. Velma, if they did the Scooby-Doo 3. Oh, yeah. Uh-oh, I put on my sexticles, and Shweddy went wild. It's the business consultant special. As the stream goes on, I'm just adding more and more accessories. I'm gonna get a very long pointer later and start slapping it into my hand. Ah, yes. Hello, my love. Is that the good spot? That was workout music. I guess I should have been working out. Okay, that's enough, right? Is it enough? Yeah, I know you should. Yes, you can come here. Do you want to come sit on this side instead and be closer to the treats? Did you see her perk up at the word treats? My love. My beautiful puppy love. So what kind of dog is that? She's a Cocker Spaniel Poodle. She's a cockapoo. Hello, cockapoo. Cockapoos are noted for their intelligence. She's very smart. They're good apartment dogs, and I live in like an apartment in Toronto, so it seemed like a good idea to get an apartment dog living in an apartment. She's so smart. I think this summer what I really want to do is circuit train her. You know when dogs do those, she's very energetic, she's very treat motivated, again, just fucking perk up at the word treat, and she loves doing things. She loves doing things in their body. I remember Stretch last year was like, oh, have you ever trained her to do like a flip off the wall? It's pretty easy to do. They taught their dog when their dog was a puppy how to do it, but now their dog's way too big to do it. They have like a big sized dog. But because she's kind of puppy sized all the time, she could be able to do it. And I had this like beautiful vision that we would do that together over Christmas. But we didn't. No, we didn't. He just dumped me on New Year's Day after ghosting me on New Year's Eve. No one deserves that, especially this beautiful dog. Because that's really the thing. The plan on New Year's Eve was just come over to my house. My roommate was going to be out. It was just going to be me and the dog. And he looked at me and the dog and he said, ugh, God, no thank you. I've had a rough few days. I don't want to make it worse. Oh, sorry. I just, yeah, fuck me, right? Sorry I asked. This guy's psychotic. This man's not thinking. Clearly. Is this Bayonetta? Are you Lucy Liu from Charlie's Angels 2? No, that was the first Charlie's Angels. That was the first Charlie's Angels with Sam Rockwell. You are never in my... I could also succumb to early onset Alzheimer's and dementia, And I would still remember Sam Rockwell dancing. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah. That beat and the way he was moving and dancing. I was just like, holy Christ. Did I just go through puberty all over again? Wow. Bayonetta, not gonna lie, great games. Holy wow, the fan service. I know that I would love Bayonetta. Hold on, I'm getting, woof. It's tight, guys. It's a tight fit. I gotta, okay, there we go. There we go. Sam Rockwell can dance. Have you seen Moon? Have you seen Moon? Daily Moon plug. Plug the moon. Moon butt plug? Oh my God, am I a millionaire? That's what Elon Musk has in him all the time. Oh my God. He needs to loosen his moon butt plug. He seems tense. He seems tense. Oh, that's better. I'm glad I readjusted. I was getting kind of tight. That. No barking. No. I know that I'm barking at chat, but they're paying me. And I don't know if anyone's paying. Are any of you guys paying the dog? Actually, you know what? Have you only been paying the dog? Uh-oh. I might owe that dog more than the government. Is it normal to go through second puberty? I mean, yes, it's called being in your 30s, and it's a fucking nightmare. Good God. From Bayonetta to butt plug, that's easy. That's like, you could do that in Scrabble, baby. Scrabble, baby. Okay, hold on. She really does have a way of looking at you like, what the fuck are you doing? I don't know this girl. Val? Yeah. Don't give me sad side eye, Val. You love me, right, pup? You love me, right, pup? Guys, who knows if the dog loves me? Dogs are, they're sort of like they have no choice but to love you, right? Hi, baby. Do you love me because, like, yeah, no, you don't. You love me because I give you food and treats. She doesn't, like, love me. She's a dog. She doesn't know. Should I cross my... Hold on. Pardon my skirt. Again, I'm wearing shorts underneath this. But even... I've been banned for wearing shorts underneath thing on Twitch before, so I'll just be careful. Do you want to come lay down? Val, come lay down. Yeah. Oh, you want to get closer to the... Oh, she's just trying to get... I'm just going to casually stretch towards the treats. Did you really just, little dog? Did you really just, little dog? Oh, bow. I was just stretching. I'm just stretching. Now she's turned her face away from the treats. She's gonna check, make sure they're still there, make sure the treats are still there. Hello, where were the treats exactly? Val, you're a freaking rat. Yes, you need to do the treats again, okay? They're the tricks, rather. So, paw. No, you gotta give me your paw, you rat. Paw, good girl. You got touch? Yeah, good girl. Oh, your little nose is so wet. Okay, and now you need to lay down. Yeah, now you need to lay down. Okay, good girl. Hello. Rejoice, for I am blessed. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. I think we all are today. I think we all are in this, the Lord's year 2025. I don't want to predict the future, but mark my words. The day, if it happens that Luigi is like found guilty and sentenced to death, the day they sentence Luigi, or the day they try to carry out the execution of Luigi, restarting the calendar, brand new religion, all hail Luigi. You guys, there was a video of a doctor who had literally just performed life-saving surgery on her patient, and during the surgery, this woman was explaining that she had been called by the insurance They had called into the operating room. She scrubbed out. And they asked her, does this patient really need to stay overnight? And the doctor was like, you mean the patient that I am literally currently working on? Do you realize that this woman is under anesthesia, literally having life-saving surgery right now? And the person on the phone said back to her, no, that's not really my department. I don't know that. The healthcare scam going on in America, I think, might be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Like for each individual American person, maybe. I don't know. I'm so grateful to live in Canada. I am so grateful to be Canadian. I am so grateful that when I cut my finger open trying to get into a pack of raw cookie dough and I couldn't make it stop bleeding, I could go to the emergency room and have a doctor, like, glue my finger shut. Oh, hello. Well, that's okay, too. Now she's just looking at the treats. She's still just looking at the treats. I guess we'll put them here so that it looks like she's looking at you guys. Hello. Now it looks like she's reading chat. That's perfect. We did it. We did it, guys. The people who are working in insurance are experiencing the exact same thing that you and I experience. It's the exact same thing that we find so fascinating and so engaging about the TV show Severance. The healthcare system in America works because of the TV show Severance. If you watch the TV show Severance, you'll notice, Holy Mary, Mother of God, each and every one of us is kind of severed from our work selves. It's almost like it's a facet of our literal existence to be dissociated and severed truly from our better judgment, from our morals, from what literally feels good to us or feels uncomfortable to us or even feels challenging. I'm biting my tongue because this topic makes me go on to at least 3 political rants at once. Oh, my dear. I think that dissociation is also what a lot of people are feeling in politics as well. That, like, you know what's crazy? I will give him this. Oh, my God, I will give him this. Over Christmas, Stretch's dad said, Justin Trudeau will be resigning soon. I believe Justin Trudeau will be resigning soon. And I was like, whoa, that's crazy. I have no idea. I don't pay attention to politics whatsoever. So I was like, yeah, maybe the writing's on the wall. Maybe he noticed something that's incredibly obvious. But Justin Trudeau did resign as the leader of the Liberal Party in Canada. That did actually happen. Stretch's dad was completely right. Stretch's dad has the ability to see and to understand and to process information as a logical human being. But also, one of the most common coping mechanisms of life is to dissociate, is to just go, that's a bit, I don't like that. I'm just gonna not pay attention to it. It's an excellent coping mechanism because it keeps us like safe and sort of in our lane. But also, if we're dissociating all day, every day when we go to work, if we feel like our politicians are not able to integrate the information that we are trying to tell them as human beings, it's hard to feel like you are existing with whole other humans in your life. You feel like you're bumping up against a lot of TV show characters or a lot of like severed humans. I like my glasses, but I'm also like, do I need them? Yeah. His popularity I really don't like that. I really did not like the pipeline that he said he wasn't going to build and then he built. That felt not so good. That felt dissociated from his earlier promises. How was your Christmas, by the way, V? Dollar Records? Don't even get me started. It was not good. What a wise old doll. She's a good girl. Yes, she is a good girl. There's also a cat around here somewhere. I think the cat's in there. This is like a little cat. I'm gonna like do something with this because like I don't know what this fucking plant's doing. We're gonna do something with that. There's gonna be a different plant there, I think. The Christmas, the holidays are always intensely stressful times. Yeah. Not a huge fan. Oh, sometimes there's things that are on. Sometimes there are things that are on the overlay. I definitely thought this was on the overlay. And imagine my surprise when I look over and I'm like, oh shit, that's real. What is that? It's my bow. It's the bow from my gloves. It just popped off. It was like glued on. I guess I could sew that on. That's, oh my God in heaven. What a crazy day, dudes. What a crazy stream. What a crazy stream. I turned on clipping. I've had clipping off for a really long time. I didn't love the way that people were clipping my stream before, so I just took away the option for you guys to clip. But I feel like I said stuff this stream, and recently I feel like I've been saying things that even if it makes me uncomfortable, for you to clip it, that is the reality of what I was experiencing in the moment. That is the reality of what was happening in the moment. And I can relax into the idea that the world is crazy and chaotic, and I don't need to try to hold on so tightly. Clip away, my loves, clip away. Yeah. I would also absolutely fucking love other streamers' reactions to some of the crazy shit that I was talking about today. Everyone loves a good react stream, and I was spitting some outrageous nonsense. How do you think XQC is going to deal with the things I'm telling him? He's not going to be okay. He's not even going to know. He's going to hate it. Maybe don't show him. Things are on the up, by the way, boys. Okay. What does Val see? She's reading chat. She seems not impressed with you guys, friend. Like what you're saying, yeah. What are your opinion on other streamers? I've been so terrified of stepping into relationships. I think because I've had some like pretty bad experiences with relationships, obviously. So I haven't been really enthusiastic about like becoming best friends with a lot of streamers. That isolation is a facet of my upbringing. Maybe one day I can be friends with streamers. Maybe one day I can be good friends with people and I don't have to worry about them, I don't know, suddenly texting me, leave me alone, never speak to my community again. And I go, is this because I brought up the fact that you go into dissociative states occasionally? Because, I mean, like, this situation with Stretch has really shook everything about my perception of reality. It feels really jarring for somebody to hold you and love you and look at you and to fuck you. Like, he had sex with me. We had great sex, I thought, except I did have to really coach him into it, which doesn't speak, I mean, he's got like a full porn star 8-inch dick, and it still took weeks and weeks of coaching for him to be able to make me orgasm. That speaks to him, and I don't think that speaks to me. I have orgasms really easily if you know what you're doing, and multiples. It's great. This is the thing. He and I had a great year, a great 12 months of sex and fun and hanging out. And then between Christmas and New Year's, I told him, I was like, I'm noticing that you're going into sort of dissociative states. Could you please take this quiz? I was like, this is not a judgment. I'm not judging. I'm just observing. Please take this quiz and see how you rank on a dissociative scale based on this quiz. And he said to me, he was like, yeah, I got like an 8.5. I qualify for an anxiety disorder. And I was like, oh my God, thank you for telling me. Thank you for telling me, let's work. No, he just dumped me the next day. To be expected, that's what happens when people dissociate. But I was really trying to help. I was really trying to help him. I really wanted to make it work. I wanted to put the pieces together as to why he felt so disconnected, why he didn't feel good about pursuing a relationship with me, why he swindled his neighbor's money and can't write a script, why he feels like being the social media manager of a bike shop is like his dream come true, when he's like, no, I'd actually like rather be a writer. But he's not a writer. He's just somebody who loves controlling the narrative of everyone's life. I feel so ashamed. I feel so sickened that I spent all year believing all of his lies. Believing him that like Ange is a crazy tyrant. Sorry, I didn't mean to scream and yell. We were just getting cozy and then I got too angry. Oh my God, there's a celebrity in chat. Shut the fuck up. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, when you live your most authentic life, when you stop being the role that makes other people happy and comfortable, literally, you become luckier. It's Roystang, and yes, Roystang, this is live. This is live, Roystang. I love Roystang. Oh my God! This guy in chat just so casually responds to Roystang. I think so. He doesn't even know. He doesn't even know. This is Roystang. This is Roystang. Every stream I do for Roystang, because it's live. Sexy Matrix outfit, yes. It's Matrix meets Elizabeth Hurley in Austin Powers. This little dog. Look at this intelligent, kind little dog. I love her so much. She is such a sweetheart. But V, how are you? I mean, you can look at me. How do I look? You can tell me how I feel. Like, yeah, you can. I'm dressed like a Bond girl and I'm glowing. I think that's the best case scenario after being dumped. Like being dumped brutally over the phone by somebody who literally looked me in the eye and said, "You're my family, V." What a cheeseball scary psycho. Oof, not a fan. Are there any streamers that you would avoid? I mean, I've been avoiding each and every one of them, basically. The easier question is, who do I want to get in touch with? Okay, let's think about this. Ashley Roboto, for sure. Sweet Anita, for sure. Pizza Princess, yes. I love fucking Poopernoodle. I love Poopernoodle. Poopernoodle's dog and my dog and me and Poopernoodle together. Ooh, wow. Ooh, wow. Sorry, it's so inappropriate. It makes me so happy. Hi, puppy. You want to come lay down? No, she's like, no, because the treats are over there. And yeah, she wants those treats. Yes, she does. She's reading chat. Oh my God, I love Ashley Roboto. Oh my God. She's so smart and she's so funny. The only thing I need in my life truly would be a live action educational TV show where she is Miss Frizzle from the Magic School Bus. She has that Lily Tomlin energy. She's got the fucking look. You know she can, I mean, she's intelligent. She's articulate. She's amazing. I really see her being like a live action. Oh my love. No. Bow, come lay down. Bow, come lay down. Bow. Listen, puppy. Hey, beautiful girl. Come lay down. Yeah, it's a good girl. Okay, just lay down. I'm not gonna yell. I'm not gonna be angry. This is my first time seeing your dog. The other chair that I had here wasn't really big enough for both of us. It was a one-person chair. Bow's a whole person, so she gets a whole spot in the chair as well. She's like, no, I don't want to sit on you. I just want treats. Okay, fine. I will give you your space. I'm not gonna smother my dog until it comes to bedtime, and then I give her all the fucking. I love this dog. Yeah, I bet you know. It makes me happy. And then my cat sleeps on the pillow next to me up here. Oh! This is a pillow. That's not actually my cat, but this is a cat pillow. I scared myself a little bit because I was like, oh damn, she's there. That's not her. Oh, are you sad because you're not getting treats? You should such a freaking... Looks like a little bag of fucking heroin. I don't know what drugs are. I have no idea. I've seen drugs in movies. One time I was driving to IKEA with Stretch's brother Red, and we pulled out of my parking spot, and there was a man smoking out of a light bulb, like literally on the other side of the glass from him, like so close that he could like reach him this far away. I was just like, yo, Red, I am so sorry. Sometimes the neighborhoods we live in are mixed. But then again, I remember all these stories where I shared happy moments with his family, where I felt connected, and it was like so fun and sweet. The first time I came over to their house, it was in the summer. The house that Stretch and Red lived on the street that I worked on. Just like so serendipitous, right? What are the chances? They live on the street that I'm working on. And I went over to their house. It was so hot. I mean, like the temperature, not the situation, excuse me, pardon me. The situation made me nervous. I was going over to like hang out with this guy who I went to summer camp with, but I haven't spoken to in like years. And like he still lives with his brother, which is like, even then I was like, oh, I know lots of people who have siblings, but I don't know a lot of people who live with their siblings like for the rest of their lives. And then they had maybe 2 other roommates. So it was me and the 4 guys, and we're sitting on their little balcony, and they had like done a little wine and cheese thing, and it's 10,000 degrees. It's a summer night, but the temperature is actually just so crazy high. And they're like, V, why aren't you having any of the cheese? And in my mind, I'm like, are you fucking stupid? I'm boiling right now. I don't want fucking cheese. Here, sucking the moisture out of grapes like SpongeBob SquarePants in that episode in the goddamn biodome. Anyways, I look at the cheese platter, and I go, it's a bit hot for dairy. And they burst out laughing, and they literally brought that up for years and years and years and years. I was just like, I love that you think me gracefully bowing out of your weird social awkwardness is hysterical. Hopefully you guys do too. I don't need it. One person, many characters. Me. It's confusing, I know. What? Hold on, what? Say what? Say what? What's that about what? Oh, Bal, you're such a frickin'... I'm not giving you any more treats, okay? They're going away. They're going into the drawer. Out of sight, out of mind. This dog's driving me nuts. It's all about the treats for you, ain't it? She's just like, yeah, you're just sitting here. You're talking to no one. You're just sitting here talking to yourself, Mom. Give me treats. Oh, my pillow. My pillow. Do they not lose their appetite in the scorching heat? I feel like these men are so intensely disconnected from their bodies. They literally each take turns throwing their backs out. So Angel, the roommate who... I know that you guys are like, oh, she's having sex with Stretch. Angel and Stretch are having sex. I think Angel might be gay. I think she's more into women. I especially just don't think that like they're... I also could be completely wrong and they're fucking the whole time. I have no idea. Who knows, right? But whatever the truth is, I'm not privy to it. It's not part of my deal. But yeah, Stretch is the guy who I just spent a year dating for him to dump me over the phone. Not the nice way to do it. But he lives with his brother, Red. So it's Stretch, Red, and then they have a third roommate, Angel. Stretch and Red, the brothers, are like tall, white douchebags. Think of the most hoity-toity fucking... Red once left his diary out for his girlfriend to find. And Red wrote in his diary, I worry I will never find a woman worthy of me. A woman who can truly match my abilities. I worry that I will be alone forever because I am so great. He literally left his diary open in the bathroom for her to find to that page. She told me this. I was like, girl, run. But also, what the fuck was I doing being like, oh, but I can't wait to marry into the family. Like a fucking idiot. Oh my God. A brief reminder that Red, Stretch's brother, who wrote that in his diary, Also invented community centers. The family is not well. Not well. Not well. He was a poet. No. I'm a poet. He wrote something terrible, and I turned it into something entertaining on stream. I don't believe for a second that what he wrote was nearly as eloquent or as emotionally expressed. That was just me. The sentiment of what he wrote was that. Yeah. Well, I guess he might have had something that attracted you to him. What was I attracted to in Stretch? Oh my god. I love that Stretch made me feel safe. I love that he told me that I was safe with him. And I love that when I was with him, I felt safe in his arms. And I thought that was enough. And I really ignored that. So I was talking earlier about how on Christmas, a few years ago, we had to put my mother in a home because she has early onset Alzheimer's and dementia. And the anniversary of that, like, it wasn't like on Christmas Day, it was like on the Christmas season. The anniversary of that particular day, Stretch and I were supposed to spend time together, but he just wasn't feeling it, so he just canceled last minute without any explanation. And I was like, oh my gosh, darling, please take as much time as you need. Please, like, don't worry about canceling, just like let me know how you're feeling. I love you so much. And he just never really responded to that. And then the next day I was like, yeah, so yesterday was like kind of a special anniversary. I feel pretty numb because I was so sort of checked out yesterday, but maybe we could reconnect today? And he just like texted me some vague platitude about being like, oh yeah, that sounds rough, babe. Sounds rough, babe. Whew. He gave me the illusion of support. Like a magician does tricks on stage. But then he told me to believe the illusions as if they were real. And then when I asked him, okay, well then show me how it's real. Show me this isn't just a trick. He turned around and said, get lost. Leave me and my family alone. Like, I'm sorry that I texted your brother the day after you broke up with me. I was looking for support because he had literally looked me in the eye, hugged me, and also been like, I love you, V. I just needed his brother and his dad to say, this is a crazy situation. You're right to feel like it's crazy. That he brought you home for Christmas in front of us, gave you a couple's spa gift card in front of us, and then dumped you over the phone on New Year's after you drew to his attention that he might be dissociating to the detriment of his life. I just needed his dad and his brother to recognize the reality of the situation instead of just dismissing me as like some girl that Stretch was dating. It's like I've known these people for over a decade. I've known them truthfully since I was 9 years old. It feels so incredibly painful to just be swept aside because this guy doesn't want to be decent. If he had called me and said, can I come over? We need to have a very serious talk. I would have been like, fuck yes, we need to have a serious talk. We could have met up in public, at a coffee shop, a neutral place. We could have said, this relationship is not working. Neither of us are getting what we need or want. We both did our best, but it's not working. Let's say goodbye. It's just as easy as that. He didn't even need to say what a piece of shit, manipulative, predatory monster he is. I would have just accepted, this feels like it's not working, because that would have been grounded in reality instead of what he actually said, which was just, I'm not feeling it. He just told me I'm not feeling it. I guess in a way, he's right. He suffers from a severe dissociation disorder. He is not feeling it. But I also wish that since I had given him literally all the tools he needed to say, I have a dissociative disorder. I think that means that having a relationship would be difficult for me right now. Maybe we should not do that. Instead of those simple logical steps, he just dehumanized me. He just dehumanized me. couple of days after we broke up, I was like, you know what? I'm fine. Maybe I can tell him I'm fine, and like maybe we could talk. So I texted him a picture of myself. I was going out to dinner, and I took a picture of my outfit for dinner, and I texted him saying, I took a picture of my outfit for dinner tonight. I hope you're having an okay night, even though you broke my heart into a million little pieces. And he didn't respond to that. He didn't respond to that. In a state, I'll be honest with you guys, I love you, Twitch stream. In a state of unhinged rage, I generated a list of reasons why I would be fine after the breakup because of my skills, abilities, and the cultivated environment that I purposefully create. And then I copied and pasted it and sent it to him. I know it's not nice, but I sent him all of that saying, maybe we could be friends one day once I'm all okay. Basically just saying, I am recognizing the ways that you have hurt me, but I can see that I will be able to get over it. Maybe we could be friends. He never responded to that. He never responded to that. He ignored that as well. He ignored everything except a letter I wrote to his father. I said, "Dear Stretch, I wrote a letter to your father. I'm gonna sleep on it, but I wanted you to read it first." You guys, it doesn't even matter. Honestly, it doesn't even matter if I even sent the letter to his father. His terror, his fear, his immediate response, damage control, damage control, damage control. V, that's a really, really beautiful letter. Wow, you have a great way with words. I appreciate taking the time. Please do not send that to my father. Please do not involve my family in this. He was panicked, terrified. I'd actually never seen him write something so quickly in my life. I'm psychotic because I was just laughing. I was like, oh, hello. Wow. Look at him engaging. Look at him engaging. To be honest, his immediate response to me saying, I'm gonna write a letter to your daddy and tell him all the bad things you did, was to say, dissociate from my father immediately. Dissociate from I dumped you, you harpy. You're not allowed to speak to anybody in my life ever again. He thinks that's how relationships work. I told him, I was like, leave your family alone. I was like, your dad emailed me saying, it was so lovely having you for Christmas. I appreciate the heated vest you bought me as my present. I was like, your dad emailed me, dude. He wants to talk to me. I didn't kick down his door. And again, Stretch was just like, don't even talk about emails. Emails are private and confidential. Every email is private and confidential. All of that needs to remain private forever. Now, this is a sign of abuse. That is how abusers feel. Abusers are terrified of the truth, the connection, the overall picture being seen. Because if everybody has all the pieces of the puzzle, he's not the center of everything. He's not the center. He's not the font of information. Not all roads lead in and out of him anymore. His fucking terror at me telling his daddy on him is so funny. It is so funny. Oh my God. He was scared. He was scared, and I think that speaks volumes to the untarnished self inside of him who knows that he's done something wrong. His fear is a sign that there is goodness inside of him and that I wasn't wrong for loving him. I feel better now. That makes me feel better. I feel an unclenching, literally in my body, like physiologically in my body at that realization that his fear at being told on, his fear at me telling you, his fear at me telling the bike shop where he works, his volleyball team, his neighbors, his terror, his like literal fucking terror that he's gonna be found out shows me that I'm not crazy, I'm not wrong. I know what I'm talking about. I have been paying attention and I do see him for who he is. And he is not a good person. He absolutely has the potential to be a good person. He knows what good people do. But he's not doing what good people do. He's doing what bad people do. Who said that you were crazy? I mean, to be honest, Stretch, so I was a little bit crazy. I like created a list of all the ways that I found Stretch to be manipulative, and I sent it to his brother. I was like, dude, I know that I sound crazy, but please recognize this habit of manipulation that you can recognize objectively in your brother. And his brother said, I'm so sorry for what you're going through. I hope you get better, but it is inappropriate for you to talk to me about your relationship with my brother. Which feels like another level of dissociation where it's just like Pontius Pilate washing his hands of this. It feels very sickening and discombobulating that his brother looked me in the eye and said, I love you, V. I love you, V. He said it, I love you, V. I wasn't imagining it, I didn't hallucinate it, I didn't hold a gun to his head. He just said it to me spontaneously because we had spent such a beautiful Christmas holiday together and we were saying goodbye. And then when his brother dumped me over the phone and I reached out to him just so he could say, this is a crazy situation, what you're going through is legitimate. He couldn't even say that. All he said was, don't ever contact me again. These people are vile and manipulative. They're predatory, and they're going unpunished. What does Taylor Swift sing about karma? Maybe Taylor Swift was right all along. My boo. I'm so sorry to hear about that. No. See, that's the thing. You're not sorry to hear about it. The story is entertaining. To be perfectly honest, terrible things are going to happen all the time. We have no control over that whatsoever. The only thing we do have control over is what we do with the terrible things that happen to us. And I dressed like Elizabeth Hurley in Austin Powers, put on my prettiest hair and makeup. I sat in front of you and I told you the truth of my experience as best I could. And if you were even entertained, actually, I'll be honest with you. Nobody else matters because one person in chat earlier today, before I went on my break, said, wow, I really needed to hear this. I don't like showing vulnerability in front of you fucking people, but I fucking love how vulnerable all of you are in front of me because there is somebody who needs to hear this right now. And it might not be you. But it's somebody. Somebody needs to hear this and be like, oh my god. I feel like I am living this exact experience that this e-girl is living. That's the human experience, and that turns me on. That's neuron activation, baby. That grinds my gears in a gratifying way. Yes. Hot girl talking about crazy true ex-boyfriend stories is as good as it gets. The best part is I have the screenshots of all of these conversations. It makes it so much better that it's even more unbelievable for the literal words that this man contributed to the conversation, only to then turn around and become the most scummy, heartless nightmare of a sociopath. He told me once that his roommate Angel screamed at him, "You're a sociopath, you're a psychopath," because Stretch has nothing in his bedroom. As you can see, I really value aesthetic. I find lots of comfort in material possessions because my toys and my pillows and my comfortable life doesn't all of a sudden turn around and go, none of this is real. You're on your own, fucking toots. I do take comfort in my clothes and in my material possessions. They are consistent. When I take care of them, they take care of me. It feels natural, it feels great. People are so inconsistent and terrifying and manipulative. Objects are not. Stretch has nothing in his room. He has nothing in his room. He keeps it as minimal and empty as possible on purpose for vague reasons. The state of his underpants is atrocious. The very terrible and undeniable reality is if I had actually met Stretch for the first time a year ago today, I would not have dated him. He is a 33-year-old man who has worked minimum wage at a bike shop for over a decade, calls himself a writer but has produced absolutely no writing, even while he is being paid to write. He takes advantage and then credit for taking advantage of his roommates. And he has a weird, deeply enmeshed relationship with his brother, which is also at the same time disastrously detached and dysfunctional. He has failed as a human being in every single way. But he has a really nice cock. And pretty blue eyes. And I am weak. I apologize for my weakness, everyone. Apologize for my weakness. I also think that I went through like a nesting phase in my like late 20s where I was like, I really want a baby. Like, I want a baby. I want a baby so bad. Like biologically, my body was like, put a baby in me. But I was also like, I don't have a boyfriend and I don't really want a baby, so I'm not going to have a baby. But I was like nesting. I was nesting. He had a really nice cock, not car. His car was really nice because his daddy bought it for him. Oh, right, sorry, that's the thing. Stretch was so fucking terrified that I was gonna tell his daddy on him. Because Stretch's daddy is loaded. Stretch's daddy is loaded. Stretch has been living with his brother his entire adult life, has been living with roommates his entire adult life, and Stretch has no money. Stretch somehow, I don't know where his money goes, but he has no money. On Halloween, I took him to the sex club. We had been planning it for weeks. I told him, I've been paying for a lot of our dates, so I'm gonna let you pay for this one. And Stretch, a 33-year-old adult man, looked down at me from being 6'5" and said, V, my credit card expired. I can't pay for the date tonight. I look back on that girl, whoever she is, who tolerated that, and I pity her. I pity her. That poor girl. He was wearing underwear that she bought him. I'm dissociating because I can't believe he did that to me. I'll try to integrate the experience. He was wearing underwear that I bought him. I bought him Saks underwear because he doesn't have any nice underwear. And I was like, if we're going to a sex club, you're gonna have to wear nice underwear, so I'll have to buy you nice underwear. So I bought him Saks underwear. I bought him a white bathing suit. Well, it's actually kind of shorts, but like bathing suit shorts. And I bought him a little leather harness with angel wings. And then I got him a little angel halo because Stretch sees himself as a little angel. So for Halloween, he was a little angel and I was a little devil. I bought his entire outfit. I paid for our entrance into the sex club. I let him fuck me in the sex club. And then he dumped me on New Year's over the phone. He's a bad man. That's a bad man. I feel bad because literally there are tens of thousands of men who are more worthy for each and every one of those experiences than he is. I feel like, how many people are watching right now? About 1,000? I feel like 1,000 people right here, right now are more worthy of going to the sex club with me in a curated outfit that I picked out lovingly for you so we could be a couple. And all of that, it's just, I loved him with every ounce of my being. I really did. I poured energy and thoughtfulness and kindness into a relationship that he ended over the phone and then snapped at me. Stay away from my family. Leave my family alone. He looked me in the eye and he told me that I was his family. He did it multiple times. He literally held me in his arms after making love to me and told me that he loved me. And then he dumped me over the phone and told me to leave him and his family alone, as if I was like some crazy harassing harpy, like I was a monster. It felt so dehumanizing. It felt vicious. It felt violating because he's an abusive monster who violated me with his abuse. I probably shouldn't take this quietly, right? I probably should say something, eh? It feels good to say something. It does feel good to say something. It feels even better to turn it into art. So I wrote a story. I wrote a story about my experience. I think I'm gonna, I can't wait to tell you. I can't wait to show it to you. Go click on my link tree. There's an Instagram there. I think I'll post it on Instagram. Who knows if I'll post it on Twitter. It'll probably go on TikTok though. It'll probably be my first TikTok story. Yay! I'm a writer. Send that letter to his dad if I was in your situation. Doesn't really matter if I sent it or not. Him being terrified at the idea of me sending it, it was everything to me. Literally everything to me. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I feel like if I send the letter to his dad's just not gonna respond, because he's gonna be like, oh, this sad, crazy bitch. These people do not view other people as humans. They view themselves as people and everybody else as less than. Yeah. At least when I view you as less than, I charge you and do it consensually, you disgusting fucking pigs. Do you remember how you guys are supposed to be paying me for this stream? Oh God, I've been captivating you with my story for so many, you guys. Okay, you need to get just, the last part of stream is just gonna be you guys going fucking nuts with gifting subs, all right? Get your credit cards, steal something from your wife, your mother, your cousin, a charity bank nearby. Get ready to pay me, baby. Okay, I'm back. I definitely didn't just sit down and feel my whole pussy break free of my outfit and have to jam it back in. None of that happened, so you don't need to worry about that. What I did think would be super fun is that you guys give me money while I read aloud the letter that I wrote to Stretch's dad. Hey guys, how badly do you want to hear that letter? You gotta pay for it. You gotta pay me money for it. That way, I'm using my art to fund my life and not because I'm a vindictive bitch. That's right, I'm just trying to thrive. I'm psychotic, I know. Oh, we've seen it, right? Like the moderators? I'm pretty sure, yeah. To be honest with you, Ritus, I have no idea what I have been sharing with who. Over the past few days, it's been kind of rough. As you can tell. Yeah. A friend of mine keeps getting email offering him cans, says Sam Dog, of chopped ham and pork. Ooh, it's new Haru, and he's been here for 3 months, and he loves my outfit. Thank you. Me too, thank you, yes. Big fan of today's outfit, big fan. Absolutely. Sam Dog, I'm so sorry, I butchered your joke. Let's try again. Sam Dog says, a friend of mine keeps getting emails offering him cans of chopped ham and pork. I've been trying to tell him, it's spam. I feel like you've said that one before. I feel like I've definitely read that one before. Yeah, that one's familiar to me. Woof. I'm also lost because, not gonna lie, I can't wait for this week to be over already, just like for me personally. I think a lot of us are not having a great week, which is why I hope my hilarious and outrageous story has helped you dissociate away from your own tragedy into mine. At least, no matter what you're going through, you're not going through what I'm going through. And at least whatever I'm going through isn't what you're going through. But what's wonderful is that we can love and support each other while we go through it and be better for it. Oh my God, it's just that easy. It's just that easy, let's do it. Oh, I read up on Discord today, the amount of mental face-palming, it was excessive. Yeah. It really does. It gives you whiplash. There's literally no other word for it except for whiplash. It's just so much whiplash. I'm whipped and lashing. Oh, you know what? I kind of like not seeing. I'll be real with you. Everything is so blurry, but then also because I'm wearing so much makeup and my features are the way they are, I'm just like, oh, you look just like a cartoon character. And that's comforting. That's a comforting delusion. Sorry, I guess I shouldn't be leaning into my comforting delusions. I can be normal. I promise. I can. If I ever get over having my heart broken, you know what? Go ahead and have your heart broken. It's a good place to have your heart broken, the beginning of the year. It gives me a very satisfying look back on, like, how far I've come type deal. And to be honest, the reason why it feels so good to talk about everything that's happened, and the reason why I'm talking so much about it, is because I know the truth. I know the truth. I know the truth is I loved with my whole heart. I know that I recognized my own failings and faults in multiple spots throughout this. I didn't listen to my own instincts. I perpetuated lies that I heard without actually going to the source to find the truth. That's on me. I can be a lot, obviously. Look around you. This girl's a lot. I'm not perfect. I'm really, really not. I have been struggling. But struggling means that I'm going somewhere. It means that I didn't just like give up and lay down and accept what was happening to me. I am like struggling towards a version of myself that I'm so excited to show you one day, really. And we were talking the other day on stream. I was like, I have a beautiful vision, she said on stream, delusional as a fucking e-girl. I said, I have a vision of me and I'm pregnant with twins. And that was as far as my dream went. To be honest, it was just, I'm in Italy and I'm pregnant with twins. That's as far as my dream went. But then I went out to dinner the other night and the maitre d', who has already texted me, I was like, dude, I didn't give you my number. I gave the restaurant my number. Why are you texting me? The maitre d' was like, oh, Lake Como. And I remembered, I was like, oh, I went past Lake Como on our way to Milano. And it was so beautiful, yeah. So I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll include Lake Como into my fantasy. And then I came on stream and I said, I'm pregnant with twins on Lake Como in Italy. And somebody in chat was like, that's not your fantasy. You're just describing one of the Star Wars prequels. That's Natalie Portman's fantasy. Oops. Damn. I really thought that was me. In many ways. We're all Natalie Portman. Crying to Anakin Skywalker. Anakin, you're breaking my heart. Oh my god, she's so beautiful. Natalie Portman's so beautiful. Her marriage just ended recently, last year. She was married to the man that she met while she was filming Black Swan. Oh my god. Do you whoa, my brain just put some things together. When I was in theater school, my like best friend, doctor friend that I've talked about a lot on stream, was like, people get drunk to make something happen. That was her observation. She was like, every time somebody gets drunk, like really, really drunk, it's because they want something to happen. And then they get drunk because they feel like they can't make that thing happen. But they want it to happen so bad, they'll do anything to make it happen, including getting fucking blackout drunk and then doing that thing that you kind of always suspected they wanted to do anyways. She's a very smart friend. I love her. She went to medical school with a theater degree. Like, she did other classes to meet all the requirements to apply to medical school. And then she got into medical school her first try. Most people apply to medical school a couple of times before they get in, because taking tests, doing the interviews, there's a lot of people. She got in first. She's a very, very smart woman. I love her so much. And this idea that, yeah, you get drunk to make something happen. This idea that you need to be able to push yourself to do something and get it done, but you can't do it yourself. I feel like there's a connection there to the dissociation that is so fucking rampant in so many parts of our lives and the people's around us lives. A half-baked thought. I don't know. Natalie Portman is everyone's fantasy. She's so beautiful and she's so expressive. She's such a gorgeous actor. Yeah. We can all dream. Padme died from sadness. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. My favorite part of all of this is that I, in real life, inadvertently created one of my favorite scenes from Bob's Burgers, where Bob's terrified of birds. Did you know? Bob's terrified of birds, and he says, I'm terrified of birds because when I was a little boy, I was in an old abandoned house for some reason, and I walked up the stairs. I heard cooing gently on the other side of a door nearby, and I stared at the doorknob of the door for what felt like 3 minutes. And then I went inside the room. The ceiling had been completely collapsed in, and the room was full of birds, and then the birds attacked me. And Linda is listening to her husband, Bob Belcher, talk about this in the episode, and she goes, that didn't happen to you. That happened to Tippi Hedren. And Bob's like, what? No, that happened to me. And Teddy's like, no, you're describing a scene from Alfred Hitchcock's The Birds. You're doing it shot for shot, they would say. And then it cuts to them watching it on a laptop in the restaurant. And Bob's like, oh yeah, that didn't happen to me. That happened to Tippi Hedren in The Birds. I have this beautiful vision of myself and I'm pregnant with twins in Italy. No, you're just remembering Star Wars. You guys, guys, I might be having a mental breakdown. Oh my god. I just might be having a mental breakdown. That episode is very fun. I like that episode of Bob's Burgers where he discovers, well, he talks about, he's like, I'm afraid of birds. They talk about how it's like, his fear of birds isn't even based on his own experience. It's based on a memory of an experience of watching the movie. Oh god, Val. Somebody redeemed a treat for you again. You want a treat? Do you want a treat? You have to come up. Val, you gotta come up for the treat. Gotta go up for the treat. Get it. Get up here. Oh, thank God, stream's done. Oh, thank God. I can leave this place and go forth into the world with joy and clarity. Val, up. You're a good dog. Her butt's wet. She's been licking her butt, and I felt her wet butt on my arm. You're cute, and you're fluffy, and you're disgusting. She's great. She's a great dog. Yup, that's a nightmare. That's a nightmare. She got wet butt. Okay, get your wet butt out of here, rat. I love you. Oh, she didn't nope, she didn't want it. She didn't want my kisses. I'm sorry. I know you don't want my kisses. She's like, now is not the time for kisses. Now is the time for treats. She's a very focused dog. A very focused dog, I would say. I love you, my dear. Okay. Off. Come on. Oh. Well, now she's comfy. Well, now I'm comfy. Yeah. No, now I'm Elizabeth Hurley. Thank you so much for listening to me today on stream. It's such a great day. What day is it? What is today? The day of the week. I truly have no... Is it Wednesday? Feels like a Wednesday. Okay, cool. I hadn't really thought of it at all. I was just like, I need to stream today. So my only thoughts today have been, I need to stream today, not what the day of the week is. Oh, God. The early onset Alzheimer's dementia is settling into me as well, ain't it? Uh-oh. Okay. It is Wednesday, my dudes. It is Wednesday, my dudes. Oh, her wet butt. Oh, my God. I love you, you silly wet butt bitch. I love you, you silly wet butt bitch. Who shall we raid today? Who shall we raid today? Who doesn't scare me? Who is nice and friendly and happy? It's Sweet Anita. I love Sweet Anita. Please go raid Sweet Anita. Oh, I love her. I know. I just love her so much. I love her so much. Tell her that I can't wait to join the new version of the Sailor Scouts with her from Sailor Moon. Oh my God, is she so young? Does she know about Sailor Moon? How old am I? How old is Anita? These are not for me to discover. These are for you. These are for you to discover. I think tomorrow, depending on what... Yeah, tomorrow I have an appointment right in the middle of when I would normally be streaming. So I don't believe there's going to be a stream tomorrow, but come for Friday for cosplay stream. Hooray, cosplay stream!